Hold on just a minute. It's gonna pop up. There we go. Hello, everybody. It's been so long since we've done a YouTube stream. Sorry for the odd placement of music. I tried to have Spotify not shuffle my music and decided to do that anyways. So today we're gonna be going right back into Genshin lore because I forget a lot of it. I know we're still in Fontaine, and it's now at the point where we're dealing a lot more with Arlecchino and Furina. But, Nervulet's still in the mix too. So I believe the next thing we have to do is go to his office. I don't really know what context we have to it though. It has been a while. I have not really played on my own. I did that summer Genshin event in a span of a few days. I spammed a lot of that. But I do have something very interesting to show you guys that I did acquire. Alright, we're gonna switch over to the game, though it might be a bit bright because it's in the loading screen. Once, it's picked up, that is. Come on. Hopefully. Yes, the right size. Let's go. Alright, why am I all the way over here? I think I was going for Primos or something. But one thing I did acquire on actually this current banner, see how there's Raiden, new boy? I got my lovely lady Raiden finally after 3 tries, like in her banners, but I got her after having guaranteed to get the 5-star on the banner and about 60 plus pulls. I used everything I had left. I still can't use her yet because I need to grind for a bunch more stuff, but we'll get there at some point. Alright. Now to go back here. Yeah, that should be fine. But I have not really done anything with this in a while. Alright. So we're going to Nervulet's office. Do I know what we're talking about? Not quite yet. But we're going to figure it out. Let me turn the game volume up just slightly. There we go. This should be good enough. I'll adjust it here and there, but it's a lot of dialogue, I know, so trying to keep it a little lower than my speaking volume, but high enough that it's close enough.
You're here! Finally! Is something wrong?
Let me turn it up a tad bit more. This might be enough. Let's hope.
Monsieur Nervulet and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
Should be.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
She's got the crazy girl laugh.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
If you made a
Just
good lead.
trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Why did
Did
Selma?
Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. And seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Yep.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
She ends up acting kind of like a child, but I don't know, maybe I guess she is. I don't know how young she is, probably not. Probably a slightly younger than the rest of them, but not by much, I don't know.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
No, I think I know who to call. A few days later, on a boat somewhere in quiet Poussin, getting better at saying some of the French names. Little bit.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
So shy.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
I'm surprised Arlecchino isn't here, because if I remember correctly, she's very good at putting pressure on Furina and just making her uncomfortable. So she'd be the best to apply the pressure of, talking about like, hey, you're not doing anything about this really big crisis. What's going on here? Like, Arlecchino's good for that. But maybe she'll come in later. She'd be a good unit here, though.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Cloran!
You might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Clorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Clap, 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 clap. If I clapped, you're not gonna hear it through the mic.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
When did they get so friendly? I know they kind of made up, but I feel like I missed something where they're a little more like friendly, talky to each other.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Oh.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
Sure.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Yo, what's up, Kira? How's it been? How's it been? Huh, my OBS chat is not working. Hold on, let me fix that real quick while I pause the dialogue. It did this with my Twitch one too. But it's like the chat died on my OBS. But I know it, I have it always up on my phone usually. Chat. It's gonna reload. There we go. Yeah, it did that last time on Twitch and I just had to take the dock window off and put it back on. And there we go.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Devour stream? I don't know, I gotta get people for that. I haven't played Devour in so long. I might end up playing some tonight, but I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, I haven't played Devour in so freaking long, but I know that game actually scares me. Like, the jump scares are good in that game.
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
I guess it is.
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Turn up the volume a bit. I honestly thought this game would be a bit louder, but everybody's speaking so quietly. We did play Devour before actually. I wanna feel like you're the one to introduce me. It's either you or Dion. Were the ones to introduce me to that game. Though I think we only played the farmhouse map and then the one asylum one. Oh no, we did play another one with some of your friends some months ago. I forget. I think it's like kind of like one of those meat freezers. It's that map. And that I think we lost. I don't remember winning that one. But we have played before, but it has been a long time. Cloran's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because it is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire state. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to keep the secret Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. This is what you will need. Alright. And now that there's a dialogue stop, I totally forgot to mention at the beginning, but we reached 50 subscribers on here, so let's go! I don't have anything really special planned for that. I probably will for the 100. I'll find some game to do. I have one in mind for Twitch when I get affiliate, which is Deltarune. I don't think I can exactly do that here because that'd just be double gameplay. But we'll find something to do for the 100 subscriber. Maybe I'll see about getting some friends together for a Jackbox. The only thing is I have to borrow somebody else's Jackbox because I don't have it. We'll figure it out. It'll be quite a bit till we reach 100, but when we get there, or at least get closer, I'll plan something to do. Either I'll probably try to get a good game and like some votes in for that, or to just kind of get a collab since I don't exactly do really any sort of collab or streams with other people on here, so. Hopefully this is the right teleport. Whoops. Oh no, wait. Oh, okay. No, it is. I honestly thought I put myself in the prison. I'm like, that's not what I meant to do.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Well, they kinda don't want to die, so I mean...
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
Someone's trying to kill us.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
It's red. I want to say Arlecchino, but I don't... Actually, no. All that group does like tea.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who is this?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Who?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you? And what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple. So this is one of the friends of Mona's master. The Egematic, hope I said that right, N of Hexen Circle? Oh, so like the group with like Alice, Mona's master, and a few other like witches or something to that effect. Allow me to ask, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kinda scary.
The tea in the teacup is about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
The tea was like a timer. Mage N. Is this a clue you're leaving to us? The unexpected news leads you to feel complicated feelings. You take a rest, and then you wake up with somebody outside.
I hear someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen you.
Luna!
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
We know her.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Yeah, holy crap.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it is dealing with the fate of a whole nation.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant to be as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so,
I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. And thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too.
Fate is kinda sad.
Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Alright, I'm gonna set us up there. I'm gonna put us right here, and then I have to go to the restroom real quick, and then we'll be right away. I'm not even gonna switch to the BRB screen. This is gonna be super duper quick. So I will be right back. And there we go, super duper quick. Taking a quick walk outside, huh? This is quite the run.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see!
It's gonna be like, oh, they go into jail!
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Yeah, I mean, she is quite the daredevil, which means she's gotta have some skills in stealth.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
I feel like we're gonna run into Charlotte, maybe. It's been a bit, so I wouldn't mind.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't sold out for the day? That probably means Furina didn't buy any.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
We can't let anyone get ahead of us. Someone's gonna get ahead of
One
us.
slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Yeah, but we're trying to fight the prophecy, so you know, it shouldn't rise tomorrow, but we gotta do something quick about it.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
That's true. Shouldn't.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Yeah, just keep living every day till you can. I didn't even know the Melusine had wings. That's new. I didn't know they had wings, but it might be like a certain status or something they get wings. I don't know. I wonder if they can actually fly with them. They look kind of tiny.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Oh, well, that's good. And it's good that, you know, she comes out of the prison at some point. Gets some fresh air.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Aw, she's sweet. I bet she helps Nervulette sometimes too with just like learning emotions and stuff, because Nervulette's getting better at that too.
Alright, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Well, I mean, maybe we can. Maybe we can. It may be close to the end of the world, but we should still be able to, you know. We hope to prevent it. No?
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Don't get too sad, Paimon. Alright, now time to leave. Except, let me see if I can get some recipes. Ooh, that's a lot of recipes. Alright. Alright. I think that was like all the recipes. Well, that's good. I do need some more food recipes, though. I don't think I have that many Fontaine ingredients to work with, but I can get some.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Why'd you say it like that? Best locations in other occupied areas. Okay, I guess we have a little bit of an interruption. The Steambird Tales of Humanity column is hiring assistants. If you're interested, please report to the area for more details. That's gotta be what's preventing us. Well, I guess we're still gonna be in the Steambird location anyway, so hopefully we just go right back around. We're done.
More speed.
And hopefully this isn't too long. That'd be nice. Truly spectacular weather today, no? Yes, truly. If only the weather was this cooperative every workday, I would be quite merry indeed. And speaking of work, my dear, you are here to interview for the troubleshooter position advertised in our Tales of Humanity section, are you not? I am. Excellent. You didn't ask any questions about the title troubleshooter, and thus it can be surmised that Ethan's word choice, while eccentric, is simple and easy to understand. Putting that aside for the moment, would you like to know how I was able to correctly assert that you were here for the job and not seeking to ask for help in our Tales of Humanity section? Observation. Every citizen who comes to the Steambird seeking help appears anxious and jittery, but your steps are relaxed, your expression calm. Those who are fortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune all have their own woes. But you needn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via Tales of Humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. Have a look at this batch of commissions. Sigh. Oh! Wait, why do we have to unlock the reputation stuff in the middle of an Archon quest? Unless this is the wrong thing it wanted me to do. All you need to do is find some time every week to read about the submissions, blah blah blah. Okay, that's just going on about all the commission stuff, I'm quite sure. So why did it interrupt it? That's so weird. There we go, now we can go back. And we're right here anyway, so that's good. Wait, do we not go in? Oh, we're slightly out. There we go. Problem fixed.
If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
We certainly did.
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're gonna treat us to a little nice meal. Okay. Maybe we can let things slide.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Or, we can help. But I'm quite sure Charlotte's character is not like that at all.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. A really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
I guess so.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
That's true. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm not... Like, I've been trying to catch up so much in Fontaine Archon quests, especially so I'm not behind in Natlan now. But I know there's some good stuff that I slightly already got spoiled on, but I'm so behind, honestly, that's what's gonna happen. But I've heard the Archon quest is super good, so I hope I'm, like, near the halfway point?
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
That's true.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
Playing for 3 months, like Genshin for 3 months, or the whole Archon quest? Does it just take that long?
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Oh, Genshin. Okay. Sounds like I hope the Archon quest wouldn't take that long. But damn, you must have like caught up really quick. Because I know the Sumeru Archon quests are pretty long too. I don't know if they let you skip around. I haven't really tried, but... That must be like speedrunning Genshin. But I mean, hopefully you enjoy it. I've been playing since Inazuma came out. So... 2 years, and of course not consistently either. But, you know, I kind of do chunks here and there.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
I feel like we're almost kind of just going around to see what everybody would do on their last day in Fontaine.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Yeah, Inazuma, I really liked Inazuma too. Like, it's like, Mondstadt was kind of chill, and so was Leeway, but that's very, like, beginning of the game. And then once they get to Inazuma, they keep just getting better and better with the stories. For the Archon quest. And with just the characters and how fleshed out they are.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Her team is Kazuha, Furina, Diluc, and Raiden. Oh, I guess they probably work well together. I haven't actually played Furina. I don't have her, but I'm trying to convince one of my friends to play Genshin again. And so I need to get back to fixing their account, and then they will only play if I get them Furina. I've seen Furina gameplay. I know she's strong, but there's also like just a power creep in Genshin anyways, but I want her if I can get her, but I know it's gonna be like some months till she comes back up. But yeah, that's probably gotta be a pretty strong team. Yeah, I've played as Aether. Almost everybody else I know plays Lumine. I like Aether though. I want a figure of his, and I know there's one that exists. But when I tried to go get it, it wasn't in that store anymore. And it was like about 50 bucks or so, which isn't terrible and it's official. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it again. Oh yeah, I know. Hu Tao's really good. I never got super interested in her till I was trying to fix one of my friends' accounts. Fix mostly because they got to Sumeru, stopped playing, and they only have a few strong characters that don't exactly work well together, so I'm trying to like build up some teams and stuff for them. And I never played Hu Tao mostly because of her whole mechanic of like the HP mechanic. Because honestly I was scared I was just gonna keep killing her so much that I just wouldn't be able to enjoy her. But I actually really like her. It also got me to play Mona more, and so I enjoy the Mona gameplay again. So I used to not, but I like Mona and Hu Tao now. I kind of wish I had Hu Tao, but I don't even know if I've had a good team for her. So, and all my primos are gone. I can't get her now. I spent them all on Raiden. There's nothing left. So, you mean still traveling? Yes, cherishing every moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
That's true, and I think that's what he's been doing technically before he even came to Devat anyways. Want to switch her with my Diluc and then use Furina as a healer. Yeah, that'd probably be a good switch. I know Diluc's good, but I think Hu Tao can scale a bit more. That might not be the right wording, but I think Hu Tao can scale a bit more, and she's a bit faster anyways, because Diluc's just slow because he's Claymore, so. Oh no, Raiden's really good. That's why I've been trying for like the past 2 to 3 banners to get her. Usually as a like not full effort, but this one I had guaranteed to get her. But it took me 60 plus pulls. It took me every single primo gem I could get to get her, which kind of sucked. But I got her, and I'm glad I did. I just don't have anything for her. I have to grind her artifacts, and I don't have a weapon. So I gotta get the fishing weapon, which is, that's a lot of grinding of fishing. We love fishing mechanics. Yeah, that's good to get her early. I ended up getting Kokomi, and then I made my busted Kokomi, which actually, she's not done being made, but she's getting close. She's just, I made a really weird Kokomi, but it works, and it's so weird. It's funny though. The banner goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spinella Rosa safe house at the Fleuve-Sindier. I really don't know how to pronounce that. Navia, having finished her business in Pousson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. So then, aren't we supposed to be conducting an investigation, though?
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Tartaglia, yeah. I don't know when he's gonna get his next banner. I've never been the biggest fan of him, but I know a lot of people are. I don't know how powerful he is, though. I always have just a hard time whenever, like, doing the trials, just messing with his gameplay. He's not a character that fits me, but I know he can be pretty good in the right hands. And I know a lot of people like him, so.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his.
Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it. Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Marechaussee Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Oh.
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Well, I mean, they're not entirely wrong, but I wonder who these people were.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
That's true. Perilous Trail. I think, if I remember the name right, that's like Natal's stuff? Is it? I'm not 100%. I know I've heard the name, but I don't fully remember. Because I literally just hopped back on this game today after getting right in. I haven't played in like a month or two. Actually, no, it's probably gotta be like a month because I did the summer event in the span of a few days to get all the primos, and I didn't stream any of it. I was going to. But that's when my work schedule flipped around too much that I didn't really know what to do.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control
Oh, the
and that
chasm.
further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
I haven't done anything to Chasm in a while. I think I still have one more world quest in there. And then just exploration. Just the exploration's tricky. But I do definitely want to finish off all in the Chasm. Because I know there's not a ton of stuff, but their exploration is the tricky part. Especially because honestly, I don't remember where I've been.
The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
She really can't handle the pressure, huh?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
I guess he probably is kind of like, you know what to do, guys.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the palais now.
It's like, yeah, we know what to do.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure? Caught on quick.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Yep.
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Riding your Kachin artifacts. Damn! I would say I'm technically free to play. I only have 2 outfits that I bought with the Genesis crystals, but it's only outfits because it's not worth the frickin' Primo conversion. It's not good, and so I'm never doing that. But I wanted the Diluc outfit really badly, and then I happen to have leftover enough, so I got Ganyu's outfit. So I would say I'm technically free to play, because I only spent the money on outfits. I never did any Primos. It's not worth the conversion. I don't have all the artifacts for Raiden. She's like, she's not doing a lot. I have to grind that. Yeah, I would think the outfits don't count. Okay, yeah.
When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective's done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
A Furina outfit would be really cool, but I don't think they've given Archons any outfits, so it's unlikely, but it would be really nice. Because Furina could look good in a lot of stuff. Let me just claim these. I totally forgot about that system. Now to Poussin. Do we gotta go up top? Okay. Oh no, it's under. A Furina outfit would look really pretty, but I feel like if they ended up giving...
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already.
I think
all that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Try not to interrupt Paimon, but I want to think that if they gave anybody an outfit in Fontaine, because I don't see that they have, it's probably gonna end up being Navia.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you.
I'm not sure.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
I'll
they could
teach
do
you
her
alright.
too.
Mark my words.
Actually, I don't know if I've seen her in any of the Archon quests at all. Oh yeah, I'll make sure to claim the mail. I probably don't have too many, but... Oh, I hope that didn't kill Eula. There's Furina, though.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh, stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Furina. I think I might know what's coming up, but I'm not sure. And that's a lot of primos. That'll be good. I need to see who's up on the next banners for who to kind of plan for.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
You don't have to put on an act anymore.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
I'm glad I'm halfway through it. I know Sumeru was long, and I knew this was going to be long too because it touches on almost every character, but I'm so glad I'm like halfway through, especially because this is probably the part where I know some spoilers, but that's because I took too long to get to this part.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Furina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
No, get running.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Yeah, I wonder if the part I think is coming up. I know she's a sad character, but I want to know why.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Go, go, go!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Oh, okay, fine. Damn, that's good.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Uh-oh.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
As Furina finally reached her limit, now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
That long?
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
The whole stream, I think we might be going for a bit. I really want to finish this, but I'll see. But thank you so much.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
Oh, is Notlin not, like, available on mobile yet? Or is it just how much storage it takes up? I wouldn't doubt if it's storage, though. Because I know they started optimizing it once Fontaine came out. I don't know if they continue to do that with Notlin, or if they're going to make it, like, the storage really bad again, and then condense it near Snishnia or something. Actually, is that the next one after Notlin? I don't remember. I think it might be.
But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it being laggy. I'm not sure how much there even is technically available. I haven't stepped any part in Notland yet. I've tried some of the new characters, but that's what I'm hoping to get very closer to. Would be nice to do that this week if I can. Oh, and I just realized I will have to pop out of the game if my keyboard will wake up. But even though Stream Elements is working, for some reason the alert didn't go off, but thank you for the subscribe. I only just noticed it because I have my phone open, but Stream Elements for some reason did not pop it up, which is weird because I know it's working. So I don't know why the alert isn't. But let me edit the overlay. Oh, it is. Actually, I'm surprised it's not already on consoles. Yeah, hopefully that's a lot quicker to do. Okay, where is it? Session data. Right, is it in here? No, it's here. Yeah, I knew Stream Elements was working. It's not updating though. Did my overlay break? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Why can't it just work normally? It should be all saved and everything. Well, okay, I am aware of it. I will try to fix it. The chat broke earlier on my OBS. I'm not surprised if the overlay's breaking. I bet there's some OBS update I need to do. But anyways, we'll get back to the emotional story. Sorry about that.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden? That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose someone to confide in. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Well, especially if Aether doesn't get to talk a lot. Oh, be on Xbox in November. Well, that's pretty soon. That's good. I'm surprised it wasn't on consoles sooner.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. I bet this is gonna be the part that I'm waiting for. Yeah! Please, please, yeah! What? Oh. Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without
That's a
further
twist.
ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh, they're really cornering her.
You would draw your blade against a god?
I really hope Nervulette says the thing, the Ortries.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Does she have a weapon on her? Huh?
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
I didn't pull for Clorand, but I do kind of want her. I just don't know when she's coming back because I know she wasn't super recent, but she's been in the last few months, and they usually take a long rotation. So I might when she comes back though. I need more good Electro characters.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Oh yeah, I'll make sure to do the Arlecchino quest. I was able to pull for her last minute on like 12 pulls for Arlecchino. I just don't have anything to build her with, but I really want to use her. I know she's good. Oh yeah, Furina's as well. For the story quest. I'll definitely be doing the story quest as well. I have quite a bit of them to catch up on. I don't think I've done any since like Sumeru. So there's a lot. Yeah, because I think there's a second Nadia quest I haven't done either, but let me continue this because I know we're just on the cusp of the one cutscene. I know that's gonna happen.
I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
Hello,
Mark
welcome on
my
in!
Words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
That's me, for real.
Now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I hope she is.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. I mean, I guess this is kind of what we gotta do.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth. And it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure out everything. I was gonna keep letting it autoplay, but I didn't realize it was giving Aether stuff to say.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
I know. I actually don't know Lumine's voice, but Aether, every time he speaks, I'm just so happy he gets to talk. He's been able to talk more and more throughout the Archon quest, and I'm so happy they give him a chance to speak. Because his voice is really good, so I really hope through more and more he gets to talk a lot more.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Oh, there's a question, Sumeru? Okay.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Damn, that's gotta be like a lot of freaking effort to get that pulled off. Oh, the Dainsliff quest, yeah. I luckily have not been spoiled for that one. Honestly, I kind of forgot that we'd get one too, because it's been a hot minute since we've seen them.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Fair enough. That's gotta be a really big magic trick.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there. Yeah, I'll make sure not to forget the Daneslave quest. Cause they keep getting better and better. It's been a while since we had one. I kind of forgot it's always near the end of a nation that we get to have one.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
I think she'd be ready to fight anyways.
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
I actually haven't seen any of the banners. Oh, whoa! Archon banners coming that close? Holy crap. And that's the Archon's name. I did not know that was the Pyro Archon. Like, I did not know that was her name. I really don't know a lot about Natal, luckily. I know who the Fatui is, like which one's there. I've seen the trailer. I didn't know that was her name, though. I feel like that's a little sooner than some of the other Archons come in, but I'm probably wrong about that. I might get her. I kind of forget what weapon she is. I think she's a Claymore. But I might see her power. She might end up being my D-Luke replacement. But I'll probably test her out to see, and I'll need to see if I even have any pulls. But she might be my D-Luke replacement. Yeah, hopefully if her power's enough, and like her gameplay feels fine, I might try, but I don't have any pity anymore, and I don't have a lot of primos. So, we'll see if I can do that.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydra Archon. Still, I can't help but be a bit bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Oh?
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Oh, that is good evidence. The banners. Panther Lady, okay. I have seen her, mostly like her movement stuff, because she looks cool. Chiori, I do want to get her, though I thought she was a 4-star. I might be wrong, or I might be thinking wrong on who it is. Nadia, okay, I want Nadia, because I've seen her, she's really cool. I forget if I actually have a team plan for her, but I do want her. We'll have to I really want to get some freaking primos. I need to get some so bad. So I'll see about the Pyro Archon's play. Otherwise, I might go for Nadia. I didn't know Nadia was that close. Yeah, Hu Tao's definitely a good pick.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
It's a super practical gift. I would never have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Okay.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, alright. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Oh damn, this is a lot of points.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. The Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Yeah. 20 pulls in about 4. Holy crap. That's nice. Well, especially if like you just started a few months ago and you're just doing a bunch of the quests and you already got to and through Fontaine, that's gonna be so many pulls. And you know, any of the mail stuff too, from like, I think anniversary stuff just passed a month ago? Semi-recently, I think, is when they had the game anniversary. So that would give you some too. And then anything from any events if you've done any too. Because that's where I got a lot of the primos for Raiden, was that summer event. I did that super last minute. But I got most of the main story done besides 2 that sent you out of the realm. And then as much as the exploration, I went 5 minutes up till maintenance doing that. And then it still gave me Stellar Reunion after, which I find freaking hilarious. I don't know how I got away with that. Yeah, oh, Abyss. Yeah, that's helpful. I should do Abyss. I have not done Abyss in a while. But now I actually have functioning teams, so it should be a lot easier. I had a hard time with it in the beginning, but I didn't have a lot of people either, so.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay. That's a lot of evidence though, but this is really handy. And I forgot about the whole court kind of function that they made, which is cool. So, I guess we're gonna have to do that.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
I'll have to look after this trial, because I know there's an achievement for that. I feel like I could do better for damage, but I need to pull off a good combo. And really, if I get Raiden built, my Eula's already pretty built. I don't remember the other 2 units I have on that team, but I could probably pull off something pretty good once I get Raiden up, even in levels, because she's only 50. But my Eula's pretty built. Not as good as she could be, but I grinded that domain and got sick of it. But I could probably do that again at some point. Alright. Now we're gonna proceed to the trial.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
He gets to talk! Oh my god, he gets to talk, thank god! Sorry, that might have been a little loud, but I'm so glad he gets to talk. Weekly bosses. Oh, damn. Yeah, especially if you have a level 50 and like 23k. Holy crap. Yeah, my Raiden doesn't have a weapon, and she doesn't have proper artifacts, because my Kachin didn't have much in the proper way of artifacts either, so I had nowhere to steal from. I need to do the weekly bosses more, but I'm so glad Aether gets to talk! I love this man. I love the voice.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh my god, yes!
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Oh.
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Fos Consulor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon, but that's their long-held belief. On Kazuha, use... Undo... Oh! You have the Skyward Dam. Those are some good weapons. I think I have... I have a weapon from the store for D-Luke. And then I don't have Kazuha or Furina, so... So the people only see you as their Archon, that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Yeah, it's gotta be the Blackcliff Greatsword. Oh, you rolled them with the standards? Oh, okay.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've gotta think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? During diplomatic, she reveals that she already probed Furina on her own, and is believed that Furina is not really the Archon, but that she's actually afflicted with some sort of curse. That's pretty good evidence, I think.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse. My mains are usually, in terms of like main DPS, I have Eula, a D-Luke that I wish I could build better, and I'm trying to get Ganyu up there, but she's taken a while. But I usually end up using Eula. I really like her physical damage. And I also grinded for her artifacts for a month straight, so...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
For Eula, I end up using... I think it's the Snow Star Tomb. It's a Star Tomb silver weapon. It's the one that you get in Dragon's Pine. I don't remember because it's like 4 different words in it. It's like Snow Star Tomb Silver, something like that. I know I'm messing. I know that's not the proper name of the weapon, but you do get it from Dragon's Spine. I wish I had a better weapon for her, but I never end up playing on the weapon banners. I did once. I got Ito's weapon, and then I dipped. I might, if I ever get some spare, and get her a better weapon, because she deserves a better weapon, really. With how much I use Eula, she deserves a better one. Damn. Yeah, I think that's gotta be better than my Diluc. I've had some unlucky stuff with the Crimson Witch artifacts. I'm so unlucky in that domain. That domain is so tough to just get good luck out of. I mean, if you had the chance, that is great. Take advantage of that. Especially if you want Hu Tao, you're gonna need the luck with those artifacts. Unless there's better ones now. I don't think there is. It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
But have we seen you exactly do anything? It's usually Nervulet who ends up doing stuff. Oh yeah, the Snow-Tombed Star Silver does look really good with Eula. I don't know what the proper 5-star weapon she's supposed to have is, but I like the look of the stars, the Snow-Tombed Star Silver. I'm trying to make sure I say that right. Yeah, try to save as much as you can, especially since I think there's still probably quite a bit of time. I don't know how much time is left on the Raiden, any other character banner. I don't want to mispronounce his name. I know it starts with a K, but I kind of forget it. I didn't end up liking his gameplay as well in the playtesting, but that's just me. I'm sure there's probably other people who like have a better use, but some of the mobility function was just messing me up, but I also didn't read any of what he does. I kind of just skipped over that. Oh, the Song of Broken Pines. I think I remember the look of that weapon. Honestly, I would prefer the Snow-Tombed Star Silver look over it, but there's probably got to be a good difference in power. I would think anyways.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually had no control over the Oratrice at all. Looks very classy and all, but yeah, I do think it looks a lot better for the other weapon. Oh, and thank you for the subscribe. My stream elements is a little broken, so the overlay is not working. I had chat break very early on in stream and had to fix it. With the overlay though, I think it's gonna erase chat on the stream, and so I kind of don't want to do that, but I will fix it after stream. But thank you so much. Okay, and since there's with this, Furina doesn't have control over the Oratrice, it's gotta be this because Furina didn't even know why it happened. This is the best piece of evidence right here.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Yes, there is, even if they aren't gonna understand.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Oh, you want to get Beto for use? I know she has a pretty good shield, or at least like a decent one to get by. I'm surprised though, because if I remember, she's a 4-star. I feel like she... Well, I guess it depends on what banner she's been on. There's a lot of 4-stars now. I don't remember the last banner she was on. Yeah, I never got Chi-Chi either. I got Hazo. I got Dory. I wanted to use Hazo, but I never could figure out a team to put him on. I got Dory, and then I never found a use for her. But I'm trying to like get all the 4-stars just because that's the easiest thing to collect. All 5-stars is nuh-uh, that's not happening. C5 Sara. Oh. I think I have a C6 of somebody now. I want to think it's Rosaria. But luckily I actually use Rosaria. I don't know how many I have of Sara though.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Oh, Parrying, yeah. She is badass, yeah. I wish they did one event in Inazuma where you did parrying features. Instead of having your elemental stuff, you would parry stuff. I like that feature. I don't do a whole lot of parrying in other games just because other games I don't typically have that feature available for what I play, or at least not that I'm aware of. But I do kind of like it, and especially with a theory that I actually don't remember if it's confirmed or not, that not all Fatui of the Harbingers have their own elements, especially in the case of Dotere, because he doesn't like having any element tied to him from last I remember. It might be really old information, but I think they were going to not give him a delusion or an element. But that would question then how his gameplay is going to be, because I'm quite sure he's supposed to be playable later on. But it might be old information, and they probably are gonna change it because I'm not sure, but it will be a big game change mechanic if they give him nothing. Guaranteed Furina, yeah, Furina's definitely good. I know that. I think the only character that, like, I don't specifically, like, hate any character, personality-wise. It's usually gonna be gameplay, and I cannot play Fischl. I know she can be, like, somewhat decent maybe stronger than I know about, but I can't get behind her gameplay. She doesn't feel right to me. I did not like Mona's gameplay for a bit, but then after playing Hu Tao and Mona team, I liked that. So I'm so glad somebody gave me their account to fix up. It's very slowly fix up, but gave me their account so then I actually get to try out Hu Tao without having to get her, and I like her. And especially with Mona, they're very good and explosive together. So I got behind Mona's gameplay now. I appreciate her more. Same with Shu. I appreciate both of them more. I still haven't, like, I still can't get behind Fischl's gameplay, but I know she can be decent. Some people do really like her. I do hope they make Dotore playable. I know there's some Harbingers that aren't. I know, well, obviously Arlecchino's playable. Dotore is supposedly playable. I don't know if Columbia is, and I don't know if the new FATUI in Notland is. I kind of forget his name. I want to think it's Captino or something to that effect that I'm mispronouncing. I don't think he's playable. And then I don't think the number 1 FATUI is going to be playable either. Columbia may or may not be. I don't think the girl who made, what's her name again? The girl who ended up making the person we go to for commissions. I'm blanking on her name right now. But that FATUI, I don't know if she's gonna be playable. If she is, she's probably gonna be Geo. She looks like a Geo character. Dote's attires to Eula. Yeah! I think that's probably why I end up liking both of them. I really like Dotere, but I know I was really hoping he'd be playable in Sumeru, but I think they're saving him for Shneshnier or something. Bosses I dislike. I can't do Agedaha on my own. I don't have a good shield character. That's the only reason I dislike him. I can't do it on my own, so I always have to go bother somebody else because I just don't have shields. I wish I did. I really want Zhongli, but I never end up. Actually, when's the last time he had a banner? I might have missed when he had a banner. I think that's what happened. I missed when he had a banner, so I couldn't get him. But I do really want him. He'll be good for my Ito team to finally work too. I got Ito. I got his weapon. I just don't have a good shield for him. And besides Ito being underleveled. Agedaha is, I feel like it's just through the Leeway story. It might be a world quest though. I don't fully remember, but if it's not an Archon quest, actually, if there is still a Jolie, world like story quest you might have left, that might be how you meet it because Agedaha is the dragon of the Leeway Nation. Yeah, okay, the second story quest. Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, if it's not the Archon quest, it's gotta be something directly with Jolie because that's basically his little pet dragon of sorts that every nation gets to have. So, sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon? I mean, that's true. I don't think we've seen her really do anything super special.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium, yes! It's all because of indemnitium. All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
It really is a huge stretch.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Well, that's good.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
Yeah, but if you're throwing excuses out into the wind, it really doesn't help your case here. Yeah, that's the only thing I struggle with the Asia fight, is just not having any good shielders. Yeah, I just got Kirara. I'm probably saying it slightly wrong. I just got her after the summer event because I wanted her outfit. So I just got her from like the free invite, and then I got her outfit. Layla, I think I only have both of them up to 20 just so I could get that like standard pull. If I can get them the good shielding potential though, that would help even if I don't have Jolie. Because any shield is a good shield right now. Oh yeah, I loved the outfit. I hadn't even like really seen Kirara because she was released about the time that I stopped playing the game for quite a while. Like I finished up Sumeru and then I stopped playing, and then like over half of Fontaine was already released. But I really did love the outfit. I saw her base one, which is good, but I do really like that event outfit. Yeah, hopefully she comes up on another standard soon. Not standard, another just banner as a 4-star. That'd be nice. I've heard she's kind of okay for shielding, or I don't know if it's shielding or damage. I don't actually know what her role fully is.
Please, you've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
I do not play Honkai Star Rail. I decided that if I'm playing one gacha game, one Hoyoverse game, I'm sticking with Genshin. And so I've stuck with this in the long run. I did have a friend who played that, and I saw it. I can't imagine if it's the right Honkai. It might be a different Honkai. I think maybe I saw the Honkai Third Impact, if that's the name. I kind of end up forgetting some of the other names of the Hoyo games, but that menu system for at least one of the Honkais, I can't get behind that menu system, but I don't think it's Star Rail. I have seen a little bit of Star Rail, but I have one friend that's obsessed with Zenless Zone Zero. And it looks pretty cool, but I don't want to get too much into the gacha games, and I really love Genshin. Yeah, I can't get behind Honkai Impact's menu system. It's just, it looks so confusing, and it's so grindy. Like Genshin does have grindy bits, but you have it's kind of like you have the option to do that, but it gives you other things to do. In like terms of like quests, exploration, story quests, little events. From what I saw of Honkai Impact though, it's just a lot of grinding. There's some story, but it's a lot of grinding, and I can't get behind that. It's mostly the menu system that threw me off though. I was just like, I don't know how you navigate this. I think that person stopped playing after a bit though. But I'm not 100%. I haven't talked to them in a while. Yeah, the Fontaine Act, yeah. I know I'm getting so close to this part that I know is going to happen, and I got spoiled on so long ago. Yeah, Genshin Impact's really good about like keeping the story PG but not afraid to go darker with it. It's really good at illustrating the story and keeping its characters and fleshing everything out. But it also gives you a lot of options on how you want to play the game. Yeah, I got spoiled with a cutscene from Twitter on accident. And I almost got spoiled on something for Arlecchino. But that was a very quick look and not almost a full scene on accident. And luckily, anything with not like at that point with the Fontaine spoilers, I was so behind in the story that it was probably like, yeah, that was almost guaranteed to happen. Luckily, I have seen nothing from Notlin yet, so I'm pretty spoiler free on that. But I know they're only just about to come out with 5.1, so there's not a ton developed yet. So I'm really hoping to get through all of Fontaine before it gets super serious into Notlin.
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human... Oh, there's a lot more evidence points now. Yeah, Sumeru used to be my favorite. It still kind of is, just because of how much more depth they went into the story. Fontaine, like, I feel like a lot of their characters... I don't know, they feel a lot more built around, like, they have their own lives already. Like, they don't feel... They keep fleshing out the characters more and more, and I feel like Fontaine is really, really good. Yeah, I wish Genshin would make some of the events playable. Because there's the first summer event with the, the Arlepello... I'm mispronouncing it, I know that. But it's, it contains a lot of Mondstadt characters, but it's that event with the, like, Golden Archipelago Islands. The first one I heard was really good. But I didn't play around that time. And so I really wish they'd, like, let you kind of play or even just kind of see some of the cutscenes from that. That'd be nice, but they'll probably only do that, if they ever do, near like the end of the game, but they might just rely on people looking it up on like YouTube or something to go back and watch. Yeah, you got a lot of like good characters. I got Arlecchino off of a very lucky basis of just 12 pulls. Like I popped in, got 12 pulls, and I was like, oh my god, I can't use her yet. But yeah, getting Furina, Navia, and Clorinde, those are all really good characters. The power creep is real in Genshin, but besides that, they make very good teams. Like, I don't think with each other, but I think, like, Navia I know is really powerful. I think she'd be the one character I waifu pull. I really like her. Furina's really good, especially because she has the 2 different modes. At least I've heard somebody describe it as modes. I haven't played Furina. I've done a trial, I think. But I do really want Furina. But it's gonna be a while before she comes back on a banner. Oh, okay, so that's okay, I didn't know that Honkai Star Rail kind of like let you play past events. I wish Genshin would have that, but I feel like storage is their issue here. Alright, what evidence can prove that Furina is human? I feel like it's gotta be something down here. Navia falling into seawater to protect. It's only stopped by Nervulet's power. I hope that if I'm wrong, Paimon kind of talks back to me. I think she does, but it might be this one. Yeah, Furina, kind of insane. Her charge attacks changed. That's how you change the modes. I didn't know it was her charge attacks. I was trying to play her in the trial version, and I was wondering how you got the modes to activate. Yeah, Furina's a good 5-star. I really want her. I'm just not sure what team to put her on, and I know she's going to be a long time till she comes back. Alright, I'm going to try this piece of evidence. With Nervulet using his power, Furina didn't do anything, but this might be wrong. Is Paimon going to yell at me?
That
Yep.
doesn't sound right.
Okay, so it's not that. Fontanians can dissolve in the water of the primordial sea. I don't think that's gonna be... These two I don't think are too related. And it's Navia falling into seawater again. And with the protection of dead members. I don't know how compelling all these evidences are, but I'll give this one a try, and otherwise Paimon can yell at me. Okay, it's not that. Is it? I really feel like it shouldn't be Linny's thing.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Wait, wouldn't this almost kill her if she is human?
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Yeah.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
She's going to try. I wonder if even she herself knows. Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
That's true.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
She actually... It's like she doesn't even know what she is.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really, was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you are present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Alright, I'm not going to switch it to the BRB screen, but I'm very quickly going to go to the restroom, and then we will continue this court trial. I will leave everybody with the view of Furina in a panic, and, you know, hopefully she'll calm down. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Said it'd be super duper quick. I really want to keep getting into the story. It's been so long since I've touched Genshin. So I'm really happy to be back playing.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Yeah, but you also do have a glove on your hand.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
Yeah, we don't exactly need to see dead Furina and send everybody in the nation in a panic. Oh damn, it's like 10 over there? It's only like 3 p.m. for me. Damn, 7-hour difference? Holy crap. Risley. I know I can't say his name right. I don't think it's Risley. But it's close-ish. I know he's pretty good. I think I have a friend who has him. A lot of the Fontaine characters I'm gonna say are good. Because of the power creep in Genshin, but I know he's good, but I don't know if he's more cryo or more physical, because I think he's Claymore.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
Oh wait, he's a cryo catalyst? Huh. I wouldn't have expected that from this character, but with the punching thing, that would make sense. Because they made the male catalyst for some reason just punch everything. It's kind of funny though. Yeah, we'll probably go on for like another hour or two max, and then I gotta make dinner at some point. But yeah, don't overextend yourself if you don't Yeah, like, don't overextend yourself if you don't need to. Hopefully I'll be able to stream a lot more often. I would have yesterday, but I had a really bad headache that I couldn't get rid of. But I'm hoping to keep streaming more often, especially since my part-time job is pretty much secured as being night shifts only now. I got swapped. Instead of day shifts, it's a lot more night shifts, so I end up just being a lot more active in the afternoon. So hopefully I'll get to tend to this game a lot more and bring back some of the other games I was playing too.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
But what's really going on here? Furina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep her facade than to save her own life? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's good that you don't have any tests tomorrow. And yeah, thank you so much. I am slowly trying to be more active here. I'm also active on Twitch. I'm trying to grow both, but I know I need to be more active in terms of like streaming stuff, which I'm getting a lot more back to, and it's nice to be back in terms of just streaming a lot more. And thank you. But she hadn't given up on everything a long time. Sorry. But hadn't she give up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Furina is please, not doing herself any good.
Anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
She's trying so hard. But then the question is, what happened to the real Archon if she's not it?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Poor girl. I feel bad, but it also brings into question just what happened to the other Archon. The real one, if she's not it. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, she's panicking. Is she gonna go crazy, or what's happening? Oh?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god. No. Don't need to see her cry. We just need to tell her what's happening.
Mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
He said the thing, but it's just so sad.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice declare Furina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, The exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
I mean, I guess it would be that severe of a crime, but holy... The death... The... Oh my god. The death sentence?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
I mean, in real life, if anybody impersonated like a very high governing person, it would render either a super high prison sentence or possibly death sentence, but it's still super intense. I mean, I get people's lives are on the line with the prophecy, but I feel like usually murder is what gets you in for the death sentence. It's not like she's purposefully done a ton of harm physically to people. Yeah, I feel like a slightly lighter sentence or something needs to be figured out.
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered the judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
No.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
He's actually talking? Huh. Yeah, it'd definitely be prison sentence for sure. Yeah, death sentence is too severe. Like, it is impersonation, but usually I think death sentence is only really given whenever it's like a harm of a ton of people or something like more severe than impersonation. Oh, your Furina's holy, that is a lot of damage. I'm glad the stream brings luck. I wish I had that luck with like artifacts and stuff. Primos? I think with the teapot you can get some of the temporary fragile resin. I think there's a few other ways to get resin too. I know the teapot has a little bit of fragile resin. It's only because if you're using your primos to save up, it's probably better to do that, possibly. Crit damage. Oh. I never go to the teapot. Yeah, no, I always forget about it too. I only remembered because I was having to remember to do that. It's just that fragile resin only like lasts for like a week or so, so then you make sure to get a new one, but...
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help of the other Fatui, Fremine brings a stone slate.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Well, I mean, that's good to some degree. Oh, yeah, you can get some primos from the pot. Because they have their own little, kind of like, you do this, you'll get some primos. And that's the, like, easy kind of way to do friendship stuff. is just to put a bunch of characters in there and then they'll slowly gain friendship. I do that for the ones I don't really play. But it's the easy way to get friendship and like character lines and stuff is the pot, so. That fragile resin, and I think there's some bottles for leveling stuff in there too. I think I might be wrong on that though for like XP stuff. Level 1 to 13. Oh my god, yeah. That must mean there's a lot built up. Well, that's good.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Oh yeah, no, I wish you luck with building Diluc. But especially if you have artifact luck, hopefully it should be fine. And because any other Crimson Witch leftovers, I believe you can put on Hu Tao, so. Oh yeah, I wish you luck. Select to check the descriptions of the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said contents. As the verification process continues, the fountain of water level in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. Okay, and this stuff was tricky last time.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
I would guess so.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Navia.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
Oh, you got 3 of them? Well, I'm glad the stream's giving you luck. I wish I had that kind of luck. So I'm glad it's getting sent out and used elsewhere.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Right. So seems to show it being turned into oceanids, and then if we're doing the reverse, wouldn't this be the truth of the serial disappearances? Because he's trying to turn an oceanid back into a human.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
I love the Aether voice, let's go! Oh yeah, I forgot she wields a gun. The stone slate in the ruins, it's just Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it, but they're still brought judgment down anyways. I really think these are almost all in order. So he was judged guilty. I want to put this one in, otherwise Paimon will yell.
That doesn't sound...
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go to the third point because I know this one. This one's Navia, straight up, because she was surrounded by like all her dead folks and pushing her out of the water and saving her so she gets to live.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
I didn't mean to skip any dialogue. Identical to the prophecy described throughout Fontaine, will eventually dissolve into water and she'll sit on her throne. I feel like it's gotta be one of these two. I'm gonna try the T, otherwise it's Furina.
That doesn't...
Thought so.
That doesn't...
What? Suddenly broke out. It was only temporarily...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Okay, that makes sense to be there. Yeah, no Hilicho will survive that gun. So then it shows Celestia floating in the sky. Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the so brought judgment down. And it's not child that you need to give up hope. The Hydro Archon guilty, punished via the death sentence. It's gotta be one of these two. I mean, I think that's our only options left anyways.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness. and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
And there we go. Just realized you gave Furina your best artifact. Oh, damn.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it.
Instead of Diluc, you're gonna farm for Raiden. Yeah, it'll probably be a lot more fun. I think. I actually don't remember what's in Raiden's artifact domain. And it depends on, you know, what set you're going for, but it'll definitely be more fun than Crimson Witch, because Crimson Witch just, it's so incredible luck. You need so much luck for that.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first state reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of the Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
You pulled Chi-Ti on standard? Yeah, that's the better place to definitely pull her. Oh, you got something from the child boss. Yeah, I like doing the child boss. I can do that one on my own. Luckily, I can do that one on my own. It's not too bad. It's just a lot of spam.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
And as for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Oh yeah, that should be pretty good for Raiden, certainly, especially the crit damage, because she's heavy with crit.
you get it?
Be patient.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
Lore accurate writing? I mean, yeah, go ahead. I will need to try to get her a good weapon first. I really just I'm so excited to finally have Raiden. And then I can use Eula on a proper team, because Raiden and Eula work really well together and they're hard hitters.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the Heavenly Principles to create a new human race.
Just some cool freaking visuals. Yeah, the one better polearm I know of is the Catch, which is a fishing one. There might be another one, but that's the one I'm aware of a lot of people put on if they don't have her weapon, is they put the Catch one on. But you do have to grind the fishing part. That's the part that sucks about it. Yeah, the Superconduct with Raiden and Eula really, it works well. It's just because Eula shatters, so that's the only reason she's hard to do on a freeze team, is just because she's going to shatter everything anyways with her physical, so. It's good with Raiden because then it's just, it hits a whole lot harder. Oh yeah, that's some really good artifact rates. Holy crap. You're getting a lot of luck.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna give everybody a identity crisis.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order? What is the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, Even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Never looked for the weapon. Yeah, the weapon is made from a lot of the fish, but if you've done some of the fishing, you might already be a good chunk of the way there. R3 the cat. Oh my god. That's nice. I don't even have one yet, but I haven't fished super intensely. I should.
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Wait, could it be... Oh. Just what is the true source of the catastrophe?
This is a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
The root cause? Prophesized disaster. So we now have to even re-verify these. Okay. Yeah, she's sitting there just crying. I'm surprised like nobody's gone up to her at all. I mean, I guess everybody's now having a freaking crisis, but... Oh, and I just noticed, thank God I have my phone up. Thank you whoever subscribed. So now we have 53 subscribers. I wish my overlay would update or the stream elements would work. But for some reason it's not, but it's tricky on YouTube. You end up having to like stream a lot to get it to work. It can though. I know I've seen it work. So. But hopefully streaming more on here again will help get it back up to co. I'll make sure to update everything, but thank you so much. So now we have to re-verify the water. I think we have to re-verify everything. Oh no, just this. So, the secret of the Fortress of Meripede has been protecting, is the entrance of the Primordial Sea, though Nervulet has sealed it once more. Just how long will it last? A prophesied disaster will likely spread from here. So... This is the only real new piece of evidence. Saw a child floating in the sea in a dream, as well as an indescribable massive whale. I mean, that seems most likely what they want me to pick.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the Primordial Sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, that's really purple. Cutscene, cutscene! What the hell? Nervula can only do so much on his own. Damn, I didn't think we'd see him again. Is he just continuously fighting the whale?
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. I'd wagered that it's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Oh.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
That makes sense, but damn, I didn't know they'd make it like something that wasn't of Teyvat at all. Her little pets do 5k each? Oh my god.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
50k each. Yeah, holy... That is some insane luck with your artifacts.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to fall apart. I mean, luckily he's only attacking that thing, but we probably need to go in and help him in some way.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy...
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
The characters I'm looking forward to. Besides Dotre, really just kind of looking forward to some appearances of the Harbingers. Any specific, Notland characters, though? None that I can think of. But I haven't seen how many characters yet, but I'm very looking forward to FATUI and seeing the Shnezhnaya Archon. Oh yeah, I wish you luck on your pulls. Alright, back into serious mode.
Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
3 10 pulls. I mean, I'd say you could save. But if you're not wanting to save, I don't know if C1 Raiden, like what exactly it gives. You could, if you've done the character trials, if the other Dendro character like fits your playstyle, you could get him. But otherwise, if you're saving for Hutao and Hutao's kind of close, I'd say to save. But if you're gonna pull anyways, I guess whichever character, like if C1 Raiden ends up being better, or if you actually want the new Dendro character. Oh, Tignari. I mean, at least that does get you a guaranteed for the next banner. That's the bright side of it. You get a guaranteed for the next banner.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What is it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? Another cutscene.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
Don't just accept your fate.
No, I still need answers.
I think this is the one scene I've seen.
You...
Voice is a lot deeper.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Her outfit's really pretty. I'm surprised with the deeper voice, though. Same VA? Damn! That's a range.
Focalor, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else, too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
I guess maybe so she could stay hidden but still there.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor.
That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it?
Yeah, the music, it really is helping to, like, set the tone, but... I didn't know this was what the scene was.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass.
This would be a nice Furina outfit, especially like how they had those censored outfits, like a few of them for, I think it was mostly just Monsat characters. They could, this isn't censored, but they could give this as just an alternate outfit without an event.
And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
That's interesting, that she was also an Oceanid turned human, and then got to become an Archon.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
I guess that is pretty smart, so she can still kind of exist in a way, but kind of like disguising, separating herself, so then she doesn't get detected, so her nation doesn't crumble. I haven't done Nervulet's story quests. I might have unlocked it at this point, but I haven't done any of the Fontaine story quests because I hadn't unlocked them all yet.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
But, yes, she's so perfect. She can do so many things, so many emotions. Yeah, I cursed her. God. It's interesting, though, for an Archon to do this.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress. to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It's probably how, like, she acts so dramatic and is just, she's trying to cover up so much. But she's just extremely vulnerable as well.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
Oh, so she's 500 years old, okay.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. Furina really does deserve better. She is just such a sad character because she's basically a not completely a puppet, but just a tortured human being, just so then the actual Hydro Archon can save her people. So it's a sacrifice that is needed, but for 500 years is a really freaking long time. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? It's worse than a puppet. It's a puppet that has her own humanity and feelings. Yeah, it's worse than how Scaramouche was, because like Furina's just always been her own person. And she's lived for so long. Furina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Oh, we do get to move. Stairs this way? Yep.
More speed. Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Oh, I'll show off my Eula build, yeah. It's not as good as it could be, but it's because I grinded her domain for a month and then I stopped. Because I got so bored of that domain. I need to go back to it though. She can get some better crit stuff. But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Just let the stage lights go off, please, if only for a second.
I am Focalor, The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. I mean, that's what she's been doing all her life. It's gotta be, like, super integrated into her. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have an impenetrable defense? Oh, have to find a way. Turn off all the spotlights. So then she's no longer brought to attention.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Born of ice and frost. Beg for mercy.
This isn't an actual team, by the way. This is a team that's the highest level and highest strength out of all my characters, so I can just get carried through fights like this. This is not a real team I made. Don't worry, it is not this jank. Go before the next one comes.
What gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Shudder.
I'm just gonna...
Freeze to the core. Beg for mercy. Shudder.
Yeah, I wish I got better numbers on Eula, but I have to regrind that domain. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that happen to get here? The way it looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Furina. Yeah, my Eula's pretty good, but I know she can be better. Oh, do I get to play her? Oh, the lawn hair bit is gone. Guess maybe we'll get to see Focalor on the other side?
Furina. Furina.
Sounds like her voice.
Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you. Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
I'm just AR-56. I only got AR-56 like within the last month or so.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say? The prophecy. Have you heard of it? What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Oh, very good. You know it well. What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass? Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
The Ascension domain? You could, if you think all your characters are like ready. And I haven't touched the new theater feature yet, but I've heard it's a little bit, I think, easier than the Abyss, or some different functionality from the Abyss. I haven't done it yet though. But yeah, I'd say only to like ascend if you think like all your characters can handle it, so then you aren't struggling to get through the world. Because then you're gonna end up not having a lot of fun. Even if you can do story quests, there is required combat, and it's gonna make it not as fun. So.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too? Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Huh? How's that gonna work? Yeah, she's definitely not as extravagant and dramatic. She's very much like an innocent child, just an innocent human, not like kind of a little self-sacrificing in terms of like she has to keep all that pain. But she's definitely a lot more on like the innocent, like a kind of like do what it takes and not as drama queenie, which I do like, because when she was at first, like I met her, drama queenie in the nation, I kind of didn't like her, but I'm glad that's not what her whole personality is. Oh, switch Jean and Kazuha's weapons. Yeah, I know Jean's good for healing. I just got her, but I haven't done anything with her just yet. But I know she can be pretty good for the healing. Especially with how janky I'm making my Kokomi. My Kokomi isn't used for healing. She can still do it, but she isn't supposed to be used for healing with how I'm playing her. Oh yeah, she would be the first Claymore, and hopefully that means she can be a main DPS. I don't think we have a, well, actually no, Nahida can be played as a main DPS. But I wonder if with the Claymore, the Pyro Archon can be used more as a main DPS.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
I don't think you want to know, girl.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
I think I only just noticed how quieter her voice got when she's like not being like the actor. She's a lot quieter. Fast ways of getting Mora. I think some world quests can provide Mora. Some of the dispatch things aren't exactly the quickest, but if you assign everybody to money stuff for like when you go to like redeem your commissions, you can also do the dispatch. If you put everybody on Mora that you can, that should help. That's what I ended up doing. But I know there's some world quests that can do it. I can't think off the top of my head of anything else. There is some of those ley line deposits that do more as well, but I forget how much they give. Yeah, the ley lines are definitely good for that. Yeah, I know Hazo's good, but I don't have a good team for him, but I have him. He's very strong. And especially for Animo Catalyst. I forget if he was the first male Catalyst. I think he was. But I know he's pretty good. It's just finding a team that like works with him because he can usually be put in the main DPS. So you gotta find people that can also work around him. I end up looking up some of the team comps for that stuff. Per 20. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I totally didn't remember the rate at how much you got because I always go for the book leyline deposits. I'd keep being so low on books at one point. Right. This should be Scene 2, Ascension Speech. I wonder how long this is. It's gotta be like 4 of them or something. Get to walk around as her again. Oh, and she's got the longer hair back. So I guess to make herself look more like Focalor, she somehow either gained or grew longer hair in the jellyfish-like cut style. I end up just being low on books a lot. I used to be low on Mora, but a lot of that would be because I'm leveling up artifacts and stuff, or characters.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
You have just enough to triple crown Furina. Oh, dang. Yeah, that's probably a good one to triple crown. I'm trying to do Eula for that. I got her 1 crown. Then I have to grind Aisha at some point. Yeah, leveling up talents costs a lot. That's what I struggled with for money. So then I had to like stop and then grind it all back up. Then I think I took a break from the game then. And then I came back. Oh, playing hide and seek with a random man in Leeway.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
Yeah, I'm on the America servers. Yeah, I only struggle because I don't have any shielding characters, or none that are actually built at all. So then I end up having to find a friend who might have a shielding character. So I can do plenty of damage, I think. I just don't have any shields to protect me, so then I will just die if I don't have any shields.
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Yeah, I don't think crystallized counts. It has to be like that like physical bubble or somewhat bubble around you. I just don't have any good shielding characters. I really want Jolie, but I just don't have them. Yeah, I have a few shielders, but I just never built them yet because I end up building my much more hard hitters.
Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
A personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around.
best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause.
Kazuha and Beto. I wonder how that works out. C6 Beto. Oh my god. I think I might only have like a C2 Beto.
May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech. How do I empathically? That doesn't sound right. I know what the word is, but I don't know how to say it.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Scene 3, Opera House Furina. Yeah, no, she's popping off. This is how she got her act going. Friend to do Aisha has just unlocked him. Friend AR-15. Oh, yeah, nah, they die immediately if you don't got good shields. I don't even know what top level characters you can get AR-15. Oh wait, that wouldn't mean they just unlocked co-op too. Oh boy, that's a little evil, but a little funny. But hopefully they can help with Aisha eventually.
Reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
I didn't think Venti was a girl, but I was very intrigued by the choice in like the high-pitchedness, but it fits Venti as looking as a very younger Archon, even though Venti isn't a younger Archon. It fits the look, but it's a very interesting choice. I do kind of like Venti though. I think Venti would be one of the people I'd cosplay, but I've gone back and forth in terms of that. Venti's an interesting character, but also just kind of sad that Venti ends up just not being as dug out and just ends up being like junk most of the time. Oh my god. That's so evil saying the standard banner is always better. It's sometimes safer if you have like a guaranteed or something, but that's so evil. I mean, that's your choice, that's your friend.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Yeah, for Venti, he does seem like a more complex character, but then they kind of devolve it into any appearance of Venti just ends up being a drunk. And then just like really annoyingly pushingly a drunk, and it kind of sucks because like you can tell Venti is a deeper character with a softer side. And then any little other appearance we get to see is like, oh yeah, Venti's at the bar, Venti's sleeping, Venti's drinking a bunch and getting banned from the bar again. But as like a playable character, Venti's pretty good just because of the like crowd gathering and for traversing areas. Yeah, I have Venti. But my Venti's not built the best, but that domain I just haven't done a lot. I actually don't remember what's in it even. Yeah, with Signora, it's just like I feel like with Signora and Venti, because it was like early game, it got more shallower characters. Like they meant to dig them out more, but they ended up just being very short-lived, which sucks. But I know people like because Signora has a whole like Phoenix gimmick to her that it's like, oh, they leave the opportunity to bring her back. I don't think they're going to though. Especially, I feel like it'd just be more confusing because she's a boss, and then if you were to bring her back, that'd just be really weird. But they did kind of almost leave themselves an option there, but I feel like her boss ended up bringing out more of the character in her, but she did definitely get kind of a short end of the stick. Yeah, I think Signora's staying dead. It wouldn't make sense to bring her back after making her a boss. 8 pulls on a Noelle banner. Oh, you... C6 Noelle, oh my god. Yeah, no, Venti's very good for exploration and traveling. So I like using Venti for that. Oh, we actually get to kind of run around with Furina. That's nice. I didn't even notice that the first time.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Yeah, with the interlude, yeah. I'm glad they aren't bringing her back. She does have the Phoenix thing, but it doesn't work. Oh, C4 Benny. Be careful of C6 Bennett, because I know that changes some of his functions around. I forget exactly what, but it does change his functions. So just be careful if you get there for redeeming it.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
C6 Bennett infuses every attack with Pyro on his ult. Okay. So characters that are not Pyro on normal attacks get weaker. Yeah, like Eula. I remember that bit. I just didn't know if there was also anything else, because I was like, there's something about the Pyro part with C6 Bennett, but I don't exactly remember what. Yeah, I mean, if that works with your team for C6 Bennett, then yeah. I think the team that I have my Bennett on, it doesn't work for, because I think I have him on the Ganyu team. And that C6 part won't work, but I have not gotten him near there. At least I don't believe so.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Oh man, she's just going through this day by day by day.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
It's all just a cycle. Endless cycle.
Don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end.
Won't end for a long time.
I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Oh, nice on beating Signora. She's a little tough for me to do, but I don't think I got the right team put together. Scene 5, Opera House Furina. It's the same cycle over and over. Scene, oh my god. 182,375, Opera House Furina.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Aw, poor girl. She just wants it to end.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Poor girl.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
That's some really high Furina damage. Poor Furina.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
It's probably longer because I end up like taking a little bit of breaks. But yeah, that the crit Furina damage is not higher than the emotional.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
I love when Aether gets to talk. Yippee! Sad moment, but yippee! That's my voice? Is this scene from when we were within that giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me.
A witness. Oh. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard. nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Damn. She still couldn't trust us. She still couldn't let it go. Yeah, she had the chance,
even Furina
but...
doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
So that's how nobody notices.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
Yeah, once I'm done with a bunch of this dialogue, I'll probably be closing up in a bit. Because it's 5 p.m. for me, and I am in need of some food. But I don't want to cut it off at a bunch of dialogue.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
So, you made her a tortured puppet with her own conscience for 500 years to take your place, and then just decide to often kill her. I get it for the heavenly principles deception, but she has her own consciousness, man.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
What? Getting sad again, are we?
Well, of course. Someone's dying here.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
Well, I mean, he's become quite human at this point.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice.
True.
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Sounds so sad. You can tell, like, even if they aren't animating tears on his face, you can tell how emotionally, like, he is. Like, how emotional he is. The voice.
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervilette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
moment on to live happily as a human, just as I wish we could.
I, Iudex Nuvilet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Yeah, I don't know how Notland is gonna be able to top this. Literally saving a dying nation. A false god. That music was really good though.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature.
Yeah, this is very much peak Genshin Impact Story. Like they did Sumeru, then Fontaine was able to top that. I don't know if Notland can.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
This will be an interesting fight. Yeah, how?
I've already done my best to separate the power from the sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast,
how do I do anything to it?
Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening.
Okay, I get a bit of shots here. Kind of attack it when it can't get me at all. That's tough. Oh, and I'm barely doing anything to it. Oh, this sucks. This is gonna be a really long fight.
More speed.
And it's just freaking huge, so it's really hard to run after it.
Crush!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and chance will present itself.
Kind of getting it down a bit, but I'm worried about what its other phases are. How do I... Oh, you can avoid that. It will not let you, okay.
What's going on over there? Scary.
My Ganyu's really squishy. What the hell do I do?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. seize the moment and use my
but I
power
don't
to suppress its root from within.
The hell am I supposed to freaking hit?
The authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Crush! Hold the line! Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine.
I feel like this is gonna be a waste of a move, but
beg for mercy.
okay, I kind of see what you do.
Shudder. Beg for mercy.
I know I have the drop still over me, but I don't know how you exactly fully activate it.
Rust and rebuild. Crush.
I guess I use it at some point.
Shudder.
Okay, I kind of get it. Oh, that's how you take chunks of damage off. That's a big chunk. Who is that? What the? Just freaking chucks him. This looks like a Honkai character or something.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple? Your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Defeated. Okay. Oh. Yeah. The Slander. What sort of person would take an all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
I hope this is like actually all new information. I'm just not forgetting names.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
I like the voice, and okay, good that this is new information. It's not something I don't know. It's just, she looks like a Honkai character. She doesn't look like something out of Genshin.
The Fowl?
But they might be, explaining it more as they're giving us information.
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir, then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No. There's little to be surprised about Paimon. Oh, her otherworldly look is such because she resides in the Abyss. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. It is natural after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
I'm hoping everyone's evacuated. Yeah, she really does.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Oh, that's good that they didn't just saw what in the hell. Oh yeah, I remember this.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
The ship is cool as hell. Oh my god.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
I'm glad to see he's back in the story.
Look, the water's receding.
I guess with the prophecy concluded, everything can go back to somewhat normal.
It's a miracle.
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
I love Chlorian too. She has such like a good gradient of all purples.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
It was so cool, it was smart, but it was just, it's so devious.
The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might be, they might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them within that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Okay. Alright. Oh, what's that item we got? Tears among the stars. Okay. And I guess a viewpoint I never got? And so I think this will be a good point to end it off, as we have been going for like 4.5 hours, which is the longest I've ever done a stream. So that's nice. And so I will be posting the news schedule later tonight, probably in like an hour or so. Yeah, this Archon quest is long, because I know there's still a part with Arlecchino. We're not done with her, I know that.
Blade work? All right then.
But so I will link my Twitter, as I will. That's why I usually keep schedule updates, but I'll try to put them in the community posts on YouTube as well. But I'll be making that probably right after this, or in between making food. But I'll be making the new schedule. Otherwise, I'll be putting on the YouTube community post, and otherwise I usually have it on my Twitter if Stream Elements is gonna work. It does, okay. There we go. I otherwise do stream on Twitch as well. Usually Art and Halo at the moment. I don't know when I'll maybe put more variety into that. The YouTube tends to have more variety. But I do hope you all have had a wonderful stay in the Haven, and hopefully very, very soon this week we can play some more Genshin, because I know we are not done yet. We're over the halfway mark. We're not completely done yet. So I do thank you all for joining me. I hope you all have a wonderful time doing whatever you may do, and I will see you all next time. Yeah, you were here for the whole thing. I'm surprised, but thank you for sticking out. Alright, I will see you all another time. Bye bye!